Hello, good morning to everybody. My name is Carlos Solis, and I am from Panama. So for me, still is Wednesday. Wednesday. So let's jump in. Um, my name is Carlos Solis. I am a Dojo community ambassador. This is a community about information security and cloud technologies. My professional experience, I have been working in IT around 15 years, and I have a little bit more than 20 years of experience in security. Some of my certification, Azure Solution Architect, Azure Secure Engineer, Terraform Associate, and recently I got the badge Microsoft Certified Trainer. My experience in command line, um, I will tell you in a few minutes. I start with Logo. Logo was in DOS when I started using it. Was my first approach in the command line. And then I start working with Linux server, so everything was in Bash. And then I start my first steps in PowerShell, administrating different system operative and so on. I like define me as a problem solver. In my organization, we have different problem, technological problem, financial problem is with another team. So I like to say that I am a problem solver. We have problem and looking for a solution. Let's start. We will talk a little bit why PowerShell. Why I going to use PowerShell to protect, administrate my infrastructure. We will talk a little bit about how can you manage your hosts and your different hosts in your organization with PowerShell. How can you detect irregularities? Some misconfiguration, some access or right to a file, some issue that from the point of view of security is a flag. Also, how can you protect your infrastructure using different solutions from Microsoft Windows, and also a tool, a small tool that can help us to audit our security and compliance in our host. And I will try to give you some examples, some use case in my experience, and how can this help us. Why for PowerShell? Well, basically because I can. So it's because we can, because beyond the fact that when we are working in a terminal, the user think that we are hacker, we are neo in the matrix, is because have a lot of benefits. If you saw the previous presentation of the keynote speaker Jason, he told us a little bit all the advantage that we have with PowerShell. It's easy to learn and is well documented. In fact, inside the shell, you can have documentation about the code. Interact interact with a lot of technology. I remember a case that in my VMware server, I couldn't. administrator in a graphical way because an issue that we have in the organization. And I started investigate. I found PowerClip is is a module that you can administrate VMware Sphere with PowerShell. So I learned in a weekend and start using the administration of my PowerShell, of my VMware with PowerShell until we fix the issue. But interact with a lot of technologies, not just Microsoft. It's object oriented. This is, if you are a developer, you know what is object oriented language. PowerShell is a scripting language, but also object oriented that will help us in our administration. It will not disappear. Microsoft is investing a lot of resource to develop PowerShell and improve PowerShell. Let's face it, in Microsoft, Windows is our only option. We have CMD, but it's getting older and it's getting it's start have a lack of a lot of solutions. It's multi-platform. I working with PowerShell in Mac, Linux, and of course Microsoft. And I also like because you can automate a lot of tasks. You create your script and work with them, and you can automate a lot of your daily work or weekly work with PowerShell. So how can we manage our host easily? First, we connect remotely. Also, I will show you after this slide. We can stop and restart our computers. We can make some test network validation, validate like a ping. But also you can validate the port, is a port it's open, and also you can invoke command, execute remote commands from your shell. So let's start it. Okay, we have our shell. So I have in an environment, I have a Windows server and a Ubuntu server. So first, of course, previously I made the configuration to allow remote connection with PowerShell. So we type the command. So in this way, I am connected in a remote host in a Windows 10 computer via PowerShell. Also, we can connect to a Linux server via SSH. If you can see, the syntax of the commands are a little bit different. For PowerShell, for Linux, we use hostname, and for Windows, we use computer name. So this is a little bit different to connect with the different systems. If you wanna see, we are in a Linux because we have here the structure. And we have this is a Windows computer. You can see it for the front. So this is an easy way I use it in my daily basis when I need to enter in a server and do a specific task. I use this option and enter in the server, execute the command or the script, and that's it. Um, so for restart, for stop a computer, you just stop computer, and that's it. I won't stop the computer. We will use it in our demo. Also, you can stop or restart a remote computer. This is a local. Is the shell of my computer. We can, for example, and that's it. If you press, will ask you the credentials, and that is enough to restart a remote computer. So if you need restart a computer for any reason, you just type this command, and in case of Windows Server, you don't have to enter in the server, wait to load all the programs, and then press restart. You can do it via PowerShell. Also, we can test different, for example, Google. It's like a ping, like I say, in check if you can connect to the host. So you can see the ping succeed. We have access. Also, you can check different ports for 80, open, or for 3, or for 3. But if I want to check 8080, it will wait a little bit because it's waiting for the response, but the response will be negative. This is the structure of the command when you are using PowerShell 5. And let's wait the result. If you have PowerShell 7, the command is a little bit different. For example, let's check this Windows Server, or have the RDP port open. This is a ping. And let's see, he's making the ping. Let's check our uh, first ping. Let's see that, of course, the google.com computer doesn't have open the port 88. This is because we have by because of the firewall of the window, we cannot make ping. But we can check a port so you know that the computer is active. If I check the TCP port 80, we will check and we will have an error because a false result because it's not a web server. This will help us, and I will use it when I am working in some issue, working with information security and checking the firewall rules of the organization. So I check if I can connect to the 338089 port, so I know that I connect RTP to the server, or the port 22 for a Ubuntu server or Linux server. Um, so invoke remote commands. If you if you need execute just a command in the computer, nothing else. nothing else, you so I am asking if I become for the computer. I have the private IP of the computer. If you don't believe me, let's go to the computer. So we have the same IP address. I didn't need to connect to the server and wait to start the session or even connect to a remote shell or remote PS connection. You don't need that. You just execute the command and wait for and we have you have the result. Also, another way because you don't want to start writing down the credential each time, you can create. Do you remember PowerShell? Everything is an object, so we are creating a variable around a PowerShell session, and we we execute the same command that we execute here. The difference, we are using our session, our open session, and we have the same result that we had before. Okay, okay. How we can detect irregularities? Well, we have the win events. When you see an asterisk before it because you have get, set, remove a lot of verbs. But we use the win event. It is came by default in Windows. In PowerShell, we also have the get CIM instance, and we can install a module called PS Event Viewer. This will help us get the different information or in our PowerShell or in our Windows environment. Also, we can have or we can see the property of each object items in PowerShell. Also, I will show you a script that we can monitor the version of the different files. So let's go. So here we are for get the the access list in our server. We use the HCL. See that the TMD executor. I know who can access to this file. See, also, I could get this object. Remember, everything in PowerShell is an object. Get this object and check who has access to this file. And this will show me all access to the different files. Also, I can go beyond that. I can get the identity reference who have access to this file. Why the heck? Why I need to know this? Because we can monitor specific files and wait for a change in in the access list of that file, it changing anything, that is an alert for us, and we can start activate. Remember, you won't use this command specifically. You will use that command as a part of a script with a function, a loop, and the different characteristics of PowerShell. But this will help you in your process. So I will. This is using a CIM instance. I convert that comment in a variable, so I can obtain all the records that I have in the different log files name. We don't have too much record because I just create this virtual machine for the event. So we can access, we can get the number of all our 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 logs, how many record have each log file name. Also, we can get the first item and get all the information of that item. Okay. The win event, please log. This command will show us all the information, all the logs that we have in our system, our computer. As you can see, there are a lot of providers, but we can simplify that. We can use, example, this log application. We get that as an object and just get the provider's name. And the application, the file logs application, will show all the provider's name. Also, we can use some wildcard results. For example, give me a moment. Please. Provider, all those providers who has the name policy in any place and only show me the name of those providers. So we can make a quick filter of the different providers in our logs. Let's install the PS event viewer. You can install the module. Just install slash dash module PS event viewer. I won't install it because I already have it in my computer. And you can get events, max events. Let's see this code. So we have the last 5 logs in the last 5 logs in the provider name Microsoft Windows PowerShell with the ID 4103. So we can make that filter. Also, I can just show me the last 5 in this category, As you can see, we have a lot of logs. I will check it here. I will copy and paste. What I'm doing, I am taking the path of the CMD executable and create a variable so we can get it. And this object, I will, I want to know when was the last time that somebody write that file, or when somebody access to that file. Why I need this? Because maybe I need to monitor if someone use the executable of CMD or PowerShell a Saturday at 4 a.m. Nobody's working in our organization. We know that. So that can be an alert. You can use that output and send an email, send an alert, make a lot of. Remember, all these commands that I show you right now are part of something bigger. But you can have this. You can get this information. Also, to get the version of a file, I will check again. I have a script. I will explain you the detail of the script. So what I have the version in my file, could be in a database. It's not necessarily a variable. I can have it in a database in my system, in anything that I'm using. I have the path of that application, and I get, remember, an object, and I get the file version of that object. I apply an if conditional. I validate that exists that file. I check the version are equal. The version is in the system and the version that is in my database. In this case, will be correct. To see, I will change this here, the version, for example, the version in my database. And when I apply the if conditional, will tell me it's a changed version. Also can help us in our process of monitoring and detecting any irregularity in our system or database. So protect our infrastructure. We can use Windows Update via PowerShell. We can administrate Windows Defender and also our firewall. Somebody told me once, Carlos, why I need this? Because my organization have a lot of this tool of administration. Well, not all organizations have the good luck to have a tool that can help us, a tool that help us, or yes, help us to administrate. If we have a small organization or we don't have the resource, we can use those scripts that I show you in this session, and we can use it to automatize or make the different tasks in a automatically way. So, okay. Um, and also, I forgot in my slide. We can also create events in our wind events. I will sit here again. So we can create an event, a new win event. We have to say the provide name and the ID and define our payload. Our payload will be the message that we have in the with event. The structure of each payload changes with the ID. So you have to investigate which ID is better to the objective that I have with my payload. So we create an event, and also we can read the event. For example, using win event, we take we make a filter, and we get the information of our last registry. As you can see, we have our log here. Also, we can use the win event, if you remember the module that we just import. And we have the data. So our Windows update. We installed the module. By default, we don't have that module in PowerShell. So also, I won't install it. I just want to show you the command. We execute this command, and you will install the module. We can check that we have the package for the PS Windows Update. We can see we have the last version or the current version. So we can just execute Windows Update. Okay, get Windows Update. And just with this command, we start checking the version that we have or the available package that we have to install. As you can see, we have this package. We can download the package just with download option. We won't do that because we have to wait a little bit. Also, we can install all Microsoft today, accept all, and auto remove. That could be or could be no restart. Not today. And forgetting this option, we don't have that option. We can say, okay, when you finish, reboot the computer. We won't do that in this case. Also, we can install an specific update package by the KB number. We just say KB article, and we define. This is an example that I have before, but we can use this name. Also, we can remove a specific package. Is almost the same command. We just change the get or remove. And that's it. We remove a specific KB file. I will show, I can see the history, but I will do directly in the server. the history of the installation. As you can see, I have an installation in progress, some installation failed, and this to see. This is the history of all my installation. And also, we can get the reboot status. Why we need this? Because we need to know if we need to restart that computer. The reboot status. And I don't have to reboot the computer. So with Windows Defender, we have get np. I will copy and paste to go a little bit faster, and I can have of my Windows Defender the status of all configuration. We can just also select a specific item and will give me the detail. We can update the signature, of course. In this case, I will run it as a job because I need it in the background. And we can see the job. Also, we can use start a quick scan. So we don't need that the user run the scan because we can do it remotely. And we can have the list of our background job in this moment. Also, we can get the thread. Of course, I don't have anything. I just installed this. And the different preference, the settings of the, and we can do the Windows, the Windows Defender. We can set a specific preference. For example, I want to exclude the user folder. If I see the configuration, the preference, we exclude that folder. Also, we can remove that specific exclusion. And if we see again, we don't have exclusion path. To activate the real-time monitor with true, with the option true, or with false. That's it. There, let's see the window firewall. Okay, window firewall. So we can see, I will show you this inside the server because I can see all the configurations. Also, I can deactivate the firewall for any reason. And we will see the message here at the right in any moment. That is the message that we have the firewall disabled. If we validate that we have the firewall disabled, it will tell us that we have disabled our firewall. Let's reactivate it. We won't have message for this case. Also, we can see the different rules. Will be a really long list in the firewall in our screen, because we will see all the rules that we have activated. We also can see the rules, use a pipe, getting the public, the profile public, and it will show you just the rule of this profile. also, another command that another configuration that I like to set is the enable the log of the file. Is set network profile domain, define the size of our log, allow the log. Of course, you can say false, and you will disable the log and the log block. I can see, for example, all in this file we have the log, all the allow rules in the firewall. Would be a lot, so I will cancel in a few seconds. It's all allow logs that we have in the file. Also, we can see all drop package. You can see somebody, maybe one of you are playing, and we have some drop package here. Also, we can create our specific rule via PowerShell. We define the new rule, the display name, the direction, outbound, inbound, the port, protocol, and the action. Could be blocked, could be allowed. This is also you can allow or deny a specific file program. I am in this example, I am allowing all income traffic to Microsoft Messenger. And for example, if you want to see a specific rule, if you know the display name, you just see this name, and also you can remove that specific rule. This the comment. As you can see, it's exactly the same command that get, just you change the remove for remove. And we remove if you want to see that doesn't exist anymore. You can get, of course, you will get an error because you don't have that rule anymore. Also, for example, you can disable the rule, the allow messenger. As you can see, we have the rule, and it's enabled with the step different. Okay. We say enable false. I saw the error. So we set the rule, and if we get the again, as you can see, it disable the rule of the file. So auditing your security and compliance. I use this little module. It's called Pester. Pester is for DevOps. If you are a DevOps, you know this module. So let's show you a little bit fast how this module works. So I prepare environment. You don't need this. So we install the module, install module Pester, and we create a file with a configuration. This file will say you the correct parameter of a Windows register, for example. And we use in both vector, and we call this file, and for example, this register, we hope the configuration is one, this registry. So he start analyze and checking, and this registry, we have one that don't have the desired configuration. So it said this policy doesn't have the configuration. I will change, sorry, I will change the parameter, and we run again the comment. And as you can see, it's correct, is everything fine. So next steps, download the last version of PowerShell. I working most of the time with PowerShell 7. Learn the basic of PowerShell. If you don't know too much PowerShell, learn about scripting modules, functions, loops, and also, okay, you can download all the code that I use. You can download in this URL. You can also get the QR code. You can take a screenshot and wait, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, screenshot. Okay, you will have access to all the code that we use, all the command I use in this demo. You have it in that. And please complete the survey, and will help me to be a better professional, and everything. I am welcome to the critics. So thank you. Okay, we have some questions. I don't know if I will answer live or via chat. Let's see. So remember, please complete the survey. That helped me a lot. And you can download the code, or the code that we use here. Let me show you. You can see here, doing some time. So here is all the code that we use in our demonstration. So you can use it, please. If we can get it better, let's do it. This is all the code. I would like to know, okay, do we need to install any plugin? No, you by default in your computer, you have, let me close this. In your computer, you have PowerShell 5. By default, you don't have, if you have Windows, you don't have to do anything else. If you need anything, anything would be a module, and it's just install dash module, and that's it. So no. Oh, we proceed. I No, if I restart the session, I lost the configuration of a variable. If you want persist the configuration, you have to change your profile. If you work with Bash, you will know that, like in Bash, or we have a profile. For example, in my local computer, this is part of my profile. I change. This is I have a file with a specific configuration that will help me show me this information, and I can declare persistent variable in that file. So when you open the session, you will have that persistent variable. How autofill is working? Well, it's part of the magic of PowerShell. When I use get, for example, it will show me automatically and alphabetically all the options that I have with PowerShell. It will completely of if I know that it start with C, but I'm not sure. In the same way, it will show me the different options. And if I don't know another variable, it will show me another option. It will show me all the options that I have available for that comment. I don't have to do anything else. I hope I. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. You can reach me in the social network. I use more the social network in Spanish, but I can answer your question in English. I don't have a problem. Twitter, LinkedIn. I am most active in those social networks. So thank you, and I see you when I see you.
Thank you, Carlos, for the wonderful session.
Hello, it's me. My name's Rob. Nice to meet you. We are live. Thank you so much for having me. Let's have a look at PowerShell and why PowerShell and SQL isn't really meh. We're going to meet DBA tools. So my name is Rob. You can get in touch with me on Twitter at SQLDBA with beard. So there's no A in the middle there. And if you have any questions, if you want to know anything about DBA tools, get in touch and I'll happily point you to the people who will know exactly what you need to know. So let's have a clicker that works. There we go. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors. Without sponsors, we wouldn't be able to put on these sort of events. So we are very grateful for them. First, I'd like to say that if you wish to know more about, let's do that instead. If you wish to know more about DBA tools, there's a book called DBA Tools in a Month of Lunches, like the PowerShell in a Month of Lunches. And you can find it at beard.media/book. If you want to find all of my presentations, beard.media/presentations will take you to my GitHub repository where all of my presentations, all of my code is there, and you are more than welcome to go and make use of it and enjoy it and share it as you see fit. If you want to see the demos that we're using, then beard.media/notebook. It's got to be a capital N because short codes are hard. And that will take you to the demos that you will see in this presentation. So, first of all, we want to know, what is DBA tools? And this person, they really nailed exactly what DBA tools is, because it's taken all of the rubbishy bits about writing PowerShell for SQL, about exploring SMO and all of the complications there, and turned it into something that makes it so simple just to automate your SQL Server administration. But really, I like to think of DBA tools like this, because DBA tools means that the DBA can just look like that, just happy and content, knowing that everything is going to be okay. DBA tools loves SQL Server, loves PowerShell. You find out more about it at dbatools.io. And here's a quick history lesson so you can understand why it is a good thing to have. It started in 2014, in July, when Chrissy Lemaire needed to migrate some SharePoint databases. And she thought, well, there must be an automated way of doing this. There must be some scripts about to be able to do it. And she liked using PowerShell, so she went and looked, and there weren't any. So she wrote the scripts, and then she published them on Script Center and in GitHub. So when Script Center was up, it was still available. And you can see it was there from 2014. About 2 years later, she started talking with other SQL data professionals in the community world and looking to update it. And Claudia Silva was the first person who wrote a community contribution called Expand SQL T-Log Responsibly. I wrote the second one, and then gradually more and more people got involved in writing community contributions to DBA tools. And we thought we need a way to be able to collaborate, talk to each other as we're doing this. So we started SQL Community Slack. So if you go to sqlps.io/Slack, you'll find there's, 10,000 people there talking about all sorts of SQL Server and data related things these days. It started just as a DBA tools collaboration, And we had 100 members within 4 or 5 hours. By January of 2017, we had 32 contributors. And we realized very quickly that things had gone wrong because some people used SQL instance, some people used server, some people used instance, some people used database, some people used database name, and everything had got a little bit confusing. So we knew that we needed to standardize everything. So Chrissy started the road to 1.0. And she said, we expect that the code freeze will take about 2 months. So that was January 2017. In March of 2018, we got a MIT license. So we made sure that DBA Tools is MIT licensed, enabling people to be able to use it. Next, in 2019, June 2019, so a little bit more than 2 months, DBA Tools 1.0 was announced, arrived at Data Grillen in Germany, and that was really exciting. So by November of 2019, DBA Tools had been downloaded 500,000 times or so. There were 15,000 commits. There are 396,000 lines of code. 654 modules. That's a very early version. And 176 contributors. And that was the journey that DBA Tools has taken. So it started with Chrissy, and then all of these other fabulous community members have added and refined and tested all of this code to make sure that it's doing exactly what it is that we want it to do, that you want it to do. And it goes on and on and on and on. And we were on 1.1.10 when I wrote these slides. I would imagine it's even further now. I think we're 16 or 17, something like that. It's updated regularly. It's tested regularly. We have people releasing new versions again and again and again. Super good. We've gone over 1 million downloads. Wow, it's absolutely astonishing that this thing that I started to get involved with 4 years ago, has now transformed into this essential tool for SQL Server administrators to use. So that's a bit of the history of DBA Tools. Next thing you want to know is, how do I get DBA Tools? Well, if you're on a machine that's connected to the internet, it's a PowerShell module. So we just use install module DBA Tools. Of course, if we don't have admin permissions and we're using Windows PowerShell 5.1 or lower, then we can put it in our own scope for just us to use with scope current user. However, most of the time we're working in environments where things need to be a little bit more secure. So if you work in a forest and you need to install it, oh, yeah, security. One thing I didn't mention is that PowerShell is secure by default. DBA Tools is code signed. So you can be certain that the code that is downloaded from the PowerShell gallery is the code that was approved to be uploaded, that came out of GitHub. So you can go and see it all. And it's been signed by this certificate, so you know that it is valid. But back to our fortress. All we need to do is save our module, DBA Tools, to a path, wherever that path may be. And then you got to transport that file or those files, whichever way you need to get them to the machine that you wish to install it. And then place them in one of your default module paths. So C, program files, Windows, PowerShell, modules. It's a good place to be. Perhaps if you need it to be only accessible by one account because you want to keep things locked down even more, then You could put it into the SQL Server account. So here it is, just in the MS SQL Dave user profile, documents, Windows PowerShell modules. As with all good PowerShell modules, help is extensively built in. So just type get-help, name of the module, and then you can find out how to use your PowerShell module. We really love writing documentation as good developers, so we automated it. And what you can find at docs.dbatools.io is the help for all of your DBA Tools PowerShell commands. So all you need to do is go and have a look in there. You can search easily. You can find out how to use it. You can see all the examples. Or you could use get-help, name of command, -online, and that'll open up this in a web page. It's open source. But remember the SQL Server community Slack channel? It's a great place to go and ask questions. If you go and dive in there, then as you can see in this example, A. Mitchell asked a question at 2:55, and by 3 o'clock, Andy Levy had come back in and said, well, have you tried this? What about that? Super place to go and get support if you want to know how to use it. Now, here's the thing. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Very wise words. And what it means is ask a question. Okay, I am more than happy to dive into rabbit holes and help you understand how we can use DBA tools. So buckle up, because it's demo time. That's where you can find everything. If you need to go and have a look now, you can follow along. It's absolutely wonderful. Let's get to the fun bit. Oh, yes. This is the PDC, PowerShell, DevOps and Cloud Conference. I am one of the organizers of the PowerShell Conference Europe, and that will be happening June the 20th to June the 23rd in Austria, in Vienna. So if you are able to and you would like to come and meet us and learn about more PowerShell, DevOps and cloud things, then keep an eye on this website, register your interest, and we will update with more details later. Okay, so all of these demos are going to be done in a Jupyter notebook. If you want to know more about Jupyter notebooks, go and use your favorite search engine and find out how they're used. But basically, it is a file that contains text and maybe images, executable code, and the results. So we're running in a .NET PowerShell notebook. You can find all of these in my GitHub repository, and there are many. We're in the .NET Notebooks one, and we're going to use containers, because what is better than having a demo environment that I can just spin up as and when I want, but also enable you to be able to spin up as and when you want, and to be able to follow along or go back and have a look or practice with. So let's start with a quick drink. Here is our notebook, and what we need to do is set up our container. So we start with the Create Containers notebook. We need to have Docker installed. We need to tell the notebook where it is, because it doesn't know its own location. And when we just run this code. And once we run this code, it goes and creates some directories, creates some files, and a credential file. And then the first time you run this, if you want to get ahead of the game, you need to do a Docker pull. That's going to go and pull the latest images of these two containers. Once we've got that, we can just do Docker compose up with a -D. Go and do that. And as you can see, it's created a network so they can talk to each other. It's created two SQL containers, or two containers running Microsoft SQL Server, the 2019 latest version, with some additional bits that I've put in there to make these demos fun. Okay, so that's done. If everything works, we've got that. Looks about right to me. Now we can start to look at DBA tools. We've also got a thing here. If we need to, we could update our module. If not, we can install a module. And then we can check that we've got a connection. So let's just make sure we've got a connection. Creating a connection. We have a connection to the containers. Excellent. If not, go and have a look with Docker ps-a, see what is there running. Maybe you want to look at the logs. You can follow these examples here. So we've got our containers. Let's have an introduction to DBA tools. Now, 697 million commands or whatever they are. We've got this here. I'm not going to run this first command because if we run the second one and count, there are going to be 625 functions, and we don't want to fill our screen with that. Now, even Chrissy can't remember the names of all of these functions. So we write a command to find the command. So if we want to find commands about backup, then we can use find-dba command, and we'll have the tag backup. As you can see, it's going to give us the command name, and it's going to give us a synopsis. What is this command going to do? And you can do that for things like restores, or maybe anything to do with migration. DBA tools started as a migration tool, and it's really, really good at enabling you to move SQL Server objects from one instance over to another one. So we've got all of these copy commands. We've got new transfer. Start DBA migration is a command that will look at one instance as a source and copy everything onto a new instance. That's really fabulous. It's absolutely amazing. It's dynamic. Go and look at the videos of Chrissy showing this in action. She does it with very small databases because then it happens nice and quickly. If you've got large databases, your migration approach is going to be different. You don't want to use this one because it's going to take hours to run. You have all of this downtime. Back up and restore all of your databases over the wire. It's going to be more trouble for you because your business is going to be out of action. What you're going to want to do is put it together piecemeal, and that's where you're going to use a lot of these commands. You can also find commands with a pattern. So anything to do with users, where users is mentioned in the name of the command, or maybe it's mentioned in the synopsis, you're going to find everything about that. And there are a lot of them. Let's keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. There we go. You can also just use generic PowerShell. So if you do a get dash command, dash module for the name of the module, and then put in a query, so star linked star, it's going to give you all of the commands in DBA tools that have linked in their names. How do we use commands? Well, it's very easy. We use get help. I've said that. Always do that. That's not a DBA tools thing. It's a generic PowerShell thing. So we can get helpful. We've got our name. I've got a synopsis. We've got some syntax. We've got a description. We've got some information about each of our parameters. And we've got some examples. And I will tell you that every single DBA tools command has got all of those things, because I wrote the first iteration of the pester to be able to check it. So before anything gets deployed, we've already validated that we have all of this good test and help and examples and more. We also run tests to ensure that the commands are doing what we expect them to do. So before DBA tools release is released, it has already run through an automated process where it's been installed, where it's interacted with two different versions of SQL Server running in an AppVeyor, and it's performed some of these commands to copy things, to change things, and it's validated the outputs with Pester to make sure they're doing what they do. So you can be sure that as much as is possible, The DBA tools module has been developed and tested and released by people who care about it and know that it works. Because everybody who does this is doing it as a volunteer. They're giving their own time to create this for you. So here's a good little trick. I can't do it in a notebook, but I can open up a new window. And what we can do is we can open up out grid view, which opens up on another window. Of course it does. And then we can say, look for everything named linked, use the pass through, and then get helpful. So maybe we wanted to look for something that had to do with trace files. So I can start filtering within my outgrid view, and there we go. I can read DBA trace file. So I press OK, and then my help is going to appear on here. So it's just a neat way of filtering. Okay, so that was an introduction to DBA tools. Let's see it in action. What should we do? Well, the number one most important thing for any DBA is backups and restores. So how can we do that? Well, with each of these notebooks, we need to start by making sure that we've got our connection to our containers, setting up some credentials so that everything happens nice and easily. Now, these days, because security is important, you will find in many organizations that you as a person, as a user account, are not allowed to have access to places where there is production data. This is a good thing. We don't want these accounts to have that access. And we also have SQL instances that need to be able to access these directories. So when we're troubleshooting, sometimes it's difficult to work out, why can this SQL server not back up to this location? Why can it not read files from this share? Why is it not able to manipulate these other files from this place? So one thing we can do is we can use get DBA file, and we can explore a file path from the permissions of the SQL service account. So whichever account is running SQL, those are the permissions we've got here. So we can check if we have access to a share, if we can go and back up to the right location. So here we're going to explore var opt MS SQL backups for SQL 1. And as you can see, we've just got a dummy file in there because it's good to have something to see. So backups. Well, when was the last time my databases were backed up? So we go get DBA last backup, pass in some SQL instances. Oh, that's a good thing. DBA tools doesn't just work with one instance at a time. In fact, you can run it against as many as you like. So all you do is you pass in an array of instances, and DBA tools will just go, yeah, I'll do that one, I'll do that one, I'll do that one, I'll do that one, I'll do that one. Get DBA last backup, 2 instances. There we go. So we can see that each of these backups have never had a log backup. They've never had a diff backup. And the last full backups were, well, AdventureWorks hasn't been backed up since 2017. A master model hasn't been backed up on SQL 02 at all. Oh, this isn't very good. Sometimes when you do this, Docker will not quite work properly. So just make sure that you set these permissions. See, the beauty of notebooks, we can include within our documentation, within our code, images, examples. This is what might happen. This is how you fix it. So let's back up an entire instance. This is really good. This is brilliant for consultants. So if I go to visit a client and I have a look and I see, well, run get DBA last backup, and I go, well, your instance hasn't been backed up for 3 years. Are you happy losing all of that data? No. Can you fix it, please? Sure. Have you got a place I can dump this amount of data? Yes, great. Right, okay. Backup DBA database, SQL instance, name of the SQL instance, and give it a path. That's it. Simple. 1 line of code. There we go. This output from the notebook is a little bit annoying with the progress, but it's there. There we are. We've backed up all 6 databases So 3 system databases and our 3 user databases that we've got there with 1 line of code. Easy, super good. So let's go and explore our directory. Remember, get DBA file. Here we are, have a look. We've got in our directory, we've got our databases, our database backups all there. Excellent. If you want to go and check them in, actually on your machine, because we've mounted a volume for Docker, then you can do that as well. So that's cool, but you know what, Rob? Actually, I'd rather have all of my databases in their own directory when they're backed up, rather than having them all in one great long list. Oh, okay. Well, you see, this is really good. Let's go and back up the other instance. So SQL instance number 2, that's got just a dummy file in its directory. And this time we're going to back up DBA database, and we're going to create a folder, give it a path. We'll compress the backups because that's a good idea. And lo and behold, we've backed up our entire instance. If we have a look in the directory, this time we've got directory for each one of our databases. And inside our database directory, we've got all of our backups. And notice that they're already named with a date timestamp so that you can filter them, you can see them, which database was backed up at which time. So that's really cool. But Rob, that's really awesome. But we use All-Halloran. Great. We can install All-Halloran. One of the beauties of DBA tools is that other data community people have given it lots of support. So we have commands that can interact with who is active from Adam Mechanic, we've got the All-Halloran backups, and plenty of others. A lot of our commands use the information from blogs from data professionals that you follow and trust to ensure that you're doing the right thing. So we can install All-Halloran like this. It's going to go and download the latest version of the maintenance script, and then it's going to install. Done. 1 line of code. Now, if we go and check our DBA agent jobs, get DBA agent job, you can see we've got the default All-Halloran backups ready there for us. So let's run these jobs and see what happens. So we'll find our jobs. We'll do a start. There we go. Those are started. And if I'm quick enough, I can check the result. There we go. So this one's executing. So get DBA agent job. It's going to show us what's happening. And there we go. Last run outcome succeeded. So now the jobs have run. Let's have a look at these files. So we're going to look in get DBA file. And we're going to look for our SQL instance. And we're going to put in this path. So this time we've got our backup path, our default backup path, backup SQL 1. Well, the name of the instance. Now, because this is a container, we've got this funny instance name, but that's okay. And then we've got our AdventureWorks database name and our full directory. And that looks just like an All-Halloran directory. And there we go. There's our file name. And this has got, as you can see, the normal All-Halloran file name. Okay, so backups are brilliant. Really simple, 1 line of code, that's awesome. But a backup is completely and utterly pointless unless you can restore it. So how do we restore it? Never, ever run this next line of code in production unless you really, really, really want to remove all of the databases from your instance in 1 line of code, because it'll do it as quickly as that. Okay, so let's just check. We'll refresh our connection. No results from a DBA tools command means there is nothing to return. So we've effectively said, hey, PowerShell, go and get me all of the databases on this SQL instance that are not system databases, and then show me the name of them. And PowerShell's gone, okay, I've gone and had a look. There aren't any. There aren't any. Great, okay. So 1 line of code. Let's restore our backups. So we just need to restore DBA database, SQL instance, SQL1 and give it the path. So starting to do our restoring, it's going to restore all of our instances. Oh, there we go. Look, see, started restoring. We've got these funny outputs that we get. And once we've finished restoring, what we get is something that tells us, was our restore complete? Yes, it was. It tells us other information about our restore, which file we used, how big it was, etc. And it also gives us the T-SQL script. So we know exactly what it was that we restored. Awesome. That's amazing. Oh, yeah, come on, prove it. Just make sure that those databases are back. All right, there we go. Databases are back. They weren't there. We restored them. One instance recovered nice and simply. Maybe that's a good disaster recovery solution for you. Now, if you have got diff backups and log backups in that directory, then you can still point restore DBA database at the directory, and it will go and find by scanning each of the files, basically using restore header only. And it's going to go and find the latest full backup and the latest diff backup, and then the number of log backups it needs to restore in the right order to be able to bring your instance back up to as close to whatever as you can. Now, it doesn't do this by the name of the files. It does it by the LSNs within the files. So there's a lot of really clever, complicated code in there that goes to a directory, starts scanning through all of these files, finding out which ones we can restore from, and building up so that we keep our backup chain and everything gets restored. Wow, that's amazing. But if we use Ola Hallengren, well, let's just remove all of our databases again. And this time we're going to restore back from our directory. So we've given it the Ola Hallengren base directory. So backup SQL and then name of instance. And then we've just said this is a maintenance solution backup. Okay, so just go trust the maintenance solution backup and we will just restore all of our databases. Here we go. Let's go through. There's our test restore. So you can see that we're restoring pubs full from a pubs full backup. There we go. And finished. We check all of our databases, then all of they are. So brilliant. So perhaps you work in an environment where you've got development and test environments. And you want to know which database do we have in which environment? When was it last restored? What version of this data are we working with? We can use get DBA restore history for our SQL instance and use the last flag, and that's going to tell us exactly which file we use to back up AdventureWorks in this case. And you see 6 o'clock in the morning, we use this file. There we go. And it was done by SQL admin. That's the connection that I've made. Excellent. DBA tools is amazing. We can back up and we can restore an instance in just one line of code. You can do it just for databases. You can restore just to a point in time. There are all the things that you would expect to be able to do. We can do those. Okay, so backups and restores are amazing. What about availability groups? Let's have a look. So we're going to start our availability groups container. And there we go. Our notebook started. We'll make sure that we've got a connection, set up our credentials. Here we are. We've got a connection to containers. Again, never do this in production, but poof, let's go. SQL instance number 2. I don't need your databases anymore. Goof, gone. Now, we're going to talk about availability groups. So availability groups is SQL Server's high availability solution, enabling you to have your databases and all the changes synchronized across different hosts to keep them safe. Now, in a container, I can't run this code. So normally what I'll be able to do is just say, here's my primary, here's a credential if I need it, here's my secondary, here's a credential if I need it. I'll give a name of an availability group, a lump of databases that I wish it to put in there, a type of cluster, the seeding mode, and a failover mode, and just go. And it will just create it. But these are containers, so life is a little bit difficult or different. But it's cool because it means that I can show you a load of other things, commands that DBA Tools has. So to create an availability group, we need a master key in our instance. So we can use new DBA master key. We'll pass that in, put confirm false to save us having to keep saying yes. That's created. Now we need to create a certificate for our endpoints on SQL number 1. And then we need to back it up so that we can restore it onto SQL number 2. So we're going to use new DBA certificate. We're going to use backup DBA DB certificate. Give it a path and a password. We'll pass it through. Don't do this. Please don't do this. Don't put passwords in your scripts unless they are demos for showing off. Okay. And then we're going to grab our certificate with get DBA file, because users aren't allowed access to these certificates, only the SQL Server account. And we're then going to restore that database. So I'm going to get that. There we go. We've restored our database. So now we've got database. We restored our certificate. We've now got the same certificate on both instances. So now that we've got that, we need to create our endpoints. So we need our mirroring endpoints to be able to pass our connections through. And then once we've created them, we need them to be started. So new DBA endpoint, start DBA endpoint. So we'll go through, there we go, there we are, started. So now that we've got that, I'm going to use a bit of T-SQL to do it, just because I'm in a container. But again, it shows off that we can run T-SQL with DBA tools as well. So this is just going to create an availability group, put in our endpoint URLs, availability modes, seeding modes, all the things DBA tools would do normally on a Windows environment. And then invoke DBA query is going to run that T-SQL. And then once I've done that on SQL number 1, I'm then going to add SQL number 2 to the availability group. So we'll do that. Created our AG. We've added SQL 2 to the AG. It's done. Awesome. So let's have a pussycat come and say hello. Hello, pussycat. Let's check our availability group. So DBA Tools has got many availability group commands. So get DBA availability group. You can see that we've got the beard AG. Don't sit on this keyboard. Thank you, pussycat. The beard AG and automated backup preferences secondary. We've got these availability replicas. So let's have a look at our replicas. Get DBA AG replica pointed at an instance, and it's going to tell us that we're on SQL instance, beard SQL 1. This is the primary, it's connected. The roll-up synchronization state is not synchronizing. I've got no databases in our availability group, so that's what we're going to see. So we've got 2 replicas. Let's check our databases in our availability group. Remember, nothing coming back means no response. We don't have any databases. So let's add our databases. I've got DBA compatibility in there. So let's have a look at our compatibility. Everything is 140 for AdventureWorks. Everything else is at 150. Okay. So before we can add our any databases to an availability group, we need to make sure they're in full recovery mode. And then we need to then that enables us to be able to add them into our availability group. But if we look at our recovery mode of AdventureWorks, there we go, we can see that I am completely blind. Where is it? Recovery model, simple. There we go. So we can see that our recovery models are all set to simple, so we wouldn't be able to add them. So, and that's okay. We can use DBA tools to set our DBA recovery model to full. And then if we go and check it, there we are. Now our recovery model is full. Everything's golden, yes? No. No, everything's not golden. Even though we've told SQL that our recovery model is full, actually it's a lie. Because if we use test DBA recovery model, you can see that our actual recovery model is simple. Because until we've taken a full backup and a log backup, our SQL Server databases aren't actually in full recovery mode. They're still actually in simple mode, even though we've told them that we want to change. So we just need to back up, a full backup and and a log backup. Well, that's okay. We know how to do that. We've got DBA tools. We can just do a backup database. This time I'm going to tell it to do it as a full, and then we'll do it and tell it to do it as a log. So there's our full backup and our log backup. And yes, if we want a differential, it'll be a diff. So we've done these backups and we've scrolled too far down. There we go. Now, if we test our recovery model, now you can see that our actual recovery model is now full for all of our databases. So now that they're in full, let's add them to our availability group. And we can use this code anywhere we like. Add DBA AG database. So we've got a SQL instance, we've put in some credentials, we know the name of the availability group, we've got our database, we're going to put in our secondary information, and then we say seeding mode automatic. So just take everything that's on this first instance and then push it across to the second one, please. All happens over the wire. And so we'll just do that. We'll add these in. It'll start seeding, and look, synchronization state, synchronizing. Excellent. So we'll keep going. And what we end up with is, these are our AG databases. Here we go. We can now see with Get DBA AG database that we've got our databases and that they're all synchronized. And in fact, if we went and had a look in, oh, look at this. That's bad news. Let's try this one. There we go. We're going to have a look even in SSMS. We have got our availability group. I don't do this very often. Out of the Beard AG, and if we right click on there and show dashboard, you can see our instances are synchronized. Our availability group is working as we expected. Everything is what we want. That's great. Wonderful. Let's go back to here. So now that we've got everything synchronized, let's do some of the other things that we sometimes do with availability groups. So we might want to suspend our availability group moment, and we could use a confirm, but actually we'll just check. Do you want to really do this? Yes, please. I really do want to do this. We're going to suspend our availability group movement for our databases. So now they've all been set to not synchronizing. And in fact, if we come back here, then this will come through and, oh no, look, our databases are not synchronizing. That's terrible. It might be that we need to do this for a reason. We're doing some maintenance, so we can script it, make sure we do the same thing every time. So we can check with DBA tools rather than in Management Studio, but there we go. So it's not synchronizing. So we can always make sure that we can see that with that bit of code where synchronized state is not synchronizing. Can add the capability to resume. Okay, let's just resume. We'll come back to here. Synchronized. DBA tools is absolutely awesome. We could fail over. Absolutely, we could invoke some failover with some DBA tools commands. Now we've got 5-6 minutes left, so I am going to check. Prasoon, are there any questions? Oh, hello, Yap. I haven't got a picture of you here. So Yap says, when using DBA tools, how fast can we import a CSV file with 1 billion rows into a database? Very. There we go. When Yap asks questions, I answer them. So DBA tools is amazing at importing things into databases. Let's do this. Let's go DBA tools import CSV Chrissy. Oops. And oh, it's not there. I was hoping to come up with her website about importing DBA tools, importing from CSV. So it's tricky because it depends on your file storage, it depends on your network traffic, it depends on how fast your SQL server is, how much RAM it's got, how many CPUs, all of those sort of things. But if you want to just import data straight in, then write DBA data table is a super way of doing it. If you want to import 1 billion rows, honestly, you might find that if speed is the most important, something other than PowerShell might be better, just because of the time it takes it to process things from a file system. Write DBA data table is absolutely amazing. It will just do all sorts of awesome things. In fact, you know what I say, just always get me to interrupt myself. Let's add ourselves a code cell and let's do this. Let's do get service, and we will pipe that to write DBA data table, and we're going to use SQL instance SQL1. We'll use database DB, we'll use table yap, and we'll put auto create table. So get me any PowerShell command, write DBA data table, give it an instance, database name, a table. You can put schema in as well. And if we put auto create table, then that is going to have put the data into databases, system databases, tempdb, tables. There's Yap's table. And if we have a look in there, we're going to see that we've got all of our services. All right. So I think that is just about the coolest thing you can do. So useful. You want to put the results of any PowerShell command into a SQL instance, into a SQL table. Use write DBA data table and just poof. Auto create table means that we could do this again. What have we got? We've got 316 rows and a pussycat in the way. So if we run that again, then we will find that we have got 632 rows. Awesome. Maybe we don't want to keep adding in and we just want to have the latest results in. Well, we can just run this with the truncate command. And now we're back. If we run this again, 316 rows, which you can't quite see because it's just there hiding behind me. But there we go, 316 rows. So that's a really useful thing to be able to do. Now, here's the downside of doing that. If we look here in our columns have got a whole bundle of nvarchar max because we don't quite know what these should be. We'll make a good guess, but we can't say for certain. So the better option normally is to actually pre-create your table with the data types that you want, and then you can use write DBA data table to pass it through. So that's fun. Go and explore because there are more notebooks here. You can use them on your own machine as long as you've got Docker. Thank you very much. My name is Rob Sewell, and you can find me on the internet at SQL DBA with Beard. How's that?
Thanks a lot, Rob, for the wonderful session.
You're more than welcome.
Techoholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techoholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities closely. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic.
Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. Welcome to my session. This session is about creating your own PowerShell advanced function template in 45 minutes. My name is Jeff Wouters. I'm from the Netherlands. I live in The Hague. So we have the criminal court, international criminal court and stuff like that. Beautiful building, by the way. But this session is about PowerShell. So let's take a small look at the agenda. Essentially, the whole session is code. I will write a function from the ground up and take you with all the errors I get creating the function so that if you do it yourself, you can recognize the symptom, and by recognizing the symptom, you can see, hey, I forgot ABC. So let's write some code. As you may have noticed, I'm not so much a PowerPoint kind of guy, more of a PowerShell. Let's zoom in a little, because this is way too small. Okay, I've got my VS Code right here. So first, I'm gonna need some input. So here it is. I've got a first name and a last name. The goal is to create a function, and for now to just create a directory. Let's call it create home dir. So, pretty straightforward. So one thing you'll notice if you do this, you can't do that. So either you put your parameters right here and you don't do any kind of attributes of the parameters, or you do it over here and you have some quite more interesting things you can do with parameters. So because I want to do that, I'll create the parameters over here. Then this is how I start. I just think about the name, and that's pretty much it. The next thing I'm gonna do is start creating my help. What is this function supposed to do? So synopsis is create a home dir. Yep. The description, what I always do is I copy the synopsis to the description. And make some additional information available in there. Now the important part for me, I start writing examples. In general, what I do, I create 4 of them. So what I'm going to do is create home dir. I'm going to have a full name parameter. And I guess I'm going to define something like a root path, where I'm going to create the folders. You could say root path or path. Let's keep it at path. There we go. This is pretty straightforward. But this is the basic use of a parameter. The next thing I want to do is I want to be able to do it like so. You see, here I name them specifically, and here I don't name the parameter specifically. And I even change the order. I'll get back to that. Next one. What I want to do is import CSV. PDC Conf, and as the not first name, full name, I want to do full name. You may have noticed that over here I don't have any kind of full name in the CSV. I only have a first name and a last name. However, a full name is the combination of those two. So we'll get back to that with multiple solutions. And the last one would be to import the CSV. Essentially, you do this. But ever since PowerShell version 3, you have something called automatic for each, which basically means that you can do this. These are the help. Well, this also means that whenever I want to start testing my function, I want to, whenever I change something, I want to test, hey, have I broken anything? Well, you can do that by using, for example, pester tests. But I'm not saying you shouldn't do pester tests, but when you write a simple function, doing it this way, for me, it's a heck of a lot faster. But then I'm only testing the function, not any kind of integration, or if I change the output, a pester test will verify that. And you know that perhaps you need to change things in other functions. So let's take a look at parameters. Yeah. First, we have a parameter called path. It is a string. And the second one is a full name parameter. It is also a string. For now it's a string. I'll make it a string array later on. But I want to show you that if you don't do that, you get a certain kind of behavior when you only put in when you type it as a string and you put a string array in there, you get some behavior you won't expect probably. Full name. Here we go. And just for testing purposes, I'm gonna do path and full name as an output. So let's see what happens. I'm gonna get my first example, put it underneath, and run the whole thing. Apparently it works. It doesn't write a directory yet, because I didn't tell it to. But the parameter validation, etc., it works. Also, what I want to do is I need to make those two parameters mandatory. Run it, haven't broken anything, easy. So next I want to make it so that this works. If I now do F5, it does work. However, if you have different kind of functions, And for example, you make this an integer, and not full name is an integer, but for the sake of argument, and you put in F5, you get an error because a string can't be put in an integer. The other way around is possible, but yeah. Why do I say the other way around is possible? Well, easy. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Straightforward, right? However, if you do 1 plus 1 in quotes, you get 2. But if you put the first number, the first integer in quotes, it becomes a string. And then it doesn't become 11, it becomes 1, 1. This is a default behavior of PowerShell, but it is something to consider. So this is also why in parameters, I really like forcing my parameter into a certain type. Just to avoid these kind of issues as much as possible. So if this works, you let's say I do this. This is wrong. This is just plain wrong. For now, it's because both of them are a string. I can't avoid anything like that. For now, I want to do the position of the input. If you don't type out a parameter, so you say this value is attached to this parameter, then the position becomes important. So what happens now is that PowerShell will look and it will try to figure out the first value it finds that isn't attached to a parameter yet. It will start looking into the parameters for a parameter that isn't used yet, and with the lowest position available. So in this case it's 0, in this case it's 1. Have we broken anything? Nope, still works. Yeah. Now we get to the last one. The third one. Now, of course, it starts complaining because what I'm doing here, I'm using an alias. Fixed. Does this work? Well, I'm not entirely sure. Well, apparently not. To give you a little bit of background information, when PowerShell was still Monad, the developers created the error variable, and apparently it had a limit of 4 errors stored. So the idea was, who is ever going to generate more than 4 errors at a time? Well, I've got about 8 here, so pretty much anybody. That's why right now it's got a lot larger number than 4. So, oh, of course, I need to read the error to see what I'm doing wrong. Cannot bind argument to parameter full name because it's an empty string. So this is an empty string. Okay. Does that mean that I'm doing something wrong? Yeah, I'm doing pretty much something wrong. I only have a first name and a last name. So what, for the sake of argument, I'm doing this. First name. Does this work? Okay, this works. So right now, anything being given through the pipeline by for each works. In the past, this didn't work. So apparently along the versions of PowerShell, Microsoft fixed something or improved it. In the past, you needed to do the following. value from pipeline is true. That's pretty much it. Yeah. So if I need a first name, if I have a first name, but I need a full name, what can I do? Two ways. I can actually edit the CSV file, but I always try to think in automation. I get the CSV file from the HR department, for example, or some other system. You can try and teach them to give you the information that you want. It's pretty most of the time it's faster just to let them do what they do and solve it through code. So what you can do now is, first of all, after every pipes, you can do this. Go to the second line. So what I'm going to do now is select object, property, well, all of them. And I want to do some custom stuff. I want to do the label or name. So L or N. I'm going to do the N. The name of the property I'm going to create is called full name. And the expression is, well, first name plus space plus last name. Does this still work? And does it provide the results that I want? Well, like this, no, because I forgot to do this. Does this work? Nothing happened. So. Yeah, full name is there again. What could happen in theory is that you provide this parameter an string, an empty string. So you do provide it input, however, it's empty. So you can catch that by validate not null or empty. Right now you get a nice little error stating it's null or empty. That's not allowed. And it works again. Next up, this is a full name, but most properties, when it comes to users, they're not called full name. 9 out of 10 times they are called name. Or you can put in alias display name, or pretty much whatever is logical for you. So far so good, right? And by the way, I will get back to actually creating directories, but if I have to clean up after every single test, that gets a bit annoying really fast. So that's why I'm only outputting text right now. The main message what I'm gonna trying to tell you here is that if you invest in the parameter section of your functions, all of this checking if it's empty or null or all of the stuff, you won't have to do inside this function itself. So let PowerShell handle all the heavy lifting. So you can do in the function only what the function actually needs to do. Something I always tell my students is a PowerShell function is a one-trick pony. It does one thing and nothing more. It does the one thing really, really well, but nothing else. So the whole thing about PowerShell is that you can pipe to other commands. You can build a whole chain. So the output of the first is the input of the second. The output of the second is the input of the third, etc. So essentially, you have a command that provides you information. If the information isn't what you want, you pipe it. You use either convert that information into the information you want. Essentially, what I'm doing right here. Or you pipe it to the next command that actually does what you want. Okay. Last one in the help. Import CSV and piping it directly to create home there. Also, create home there is using an unapproved verb. Using an unapproved verb is not stopped by PowerShell. It is allowed. However, if you use unapproved verbs, people that are new to PowerShell could have trouble finding the name of the function of the command they want to use. Using this consistent verbing and naming system makes it really easy for beginners to figure out which command to use. So what we can also do is new home there. And of course we need to there's probably an easier way in VS Code to do this. Yeah, probably there really is. Oh well, I'm done now. Let's take a look. The help is correct. The final one is we're gonna remove the for each and essentially do this. What you can also see is VS Code is really useful in this. I was using the old name in my copy clipboard. So it is white. The letters are white right now. By using these colors in VS Code, I can see, hey, because the name of a command is white, it isn't recognized. It needs to be yellow. So that's one of the ways that I can pretty much figure out really fast that I've done something stupid. Oh, and just to give you a heads up, I do stupid stuff all the time. So it is complaining that it needs a value for path. So give it a fake value. Okay, now something is going terribly wrong. Right now it's giving a Sierra Hall. So if we go to the file, Sierra Hall is the nice. Sierra Hall is the last one, the last user available in the CSV. So why isn't it doing anything with all the other ones? And this is one of the behavior things that I talked about earlier. This is pretty much a symptom. And you can solve it really easy by using Yeah. Begin, process, and end. Now it's going through all the users again. It's doing something really strange to my output. However, it does work 8 times. So still something is going wrong here. Well, why is this? Essentially, what happens here is that doing it this way, piping it directly to a good morning, piping it directly to a function or to a command, it's expecting that it gets an object as input, an object with properties, and it will try to figure out which property needs to be attached to which parameter. So this is a beautiful system. I'll explain it right here. When we look at the CSV, you've got a first name and a last name property. What I wanted to do is figure out how to attach the first name output to the first name. Oh, sorry. Good morning. I want to attach the full name over here to the full name parameter. There is one single thing you can do to make that so. Value from pipeline by property name. Tab completion is your help here, or IntelliSense, because typing it out every single time, I've got thick fingers, so some typo will slip in there. Anyway, the value is true. What happens right now is it will still start yapping about the path. Well, we can do that. And now my output is what I expected again. So path is have I broken anything right now? Nope, it works. So let's start actually creating a directory right now. Let's see what happens. New item. Item type is directory. Path is, well, path. And name is full name. Well, is that logical? Because if we do, let's take a look at where we are right now in the directory, and we do dir name over here. But what is a full name in a file system? Oh. GM, get member. So there is a full name. There we go. There is a full name property here. So let's take a select all as you can see, I got big fingers. The full name is the name of the file and the entire path. So doing a full name here sounds counterproductive. It sounds wrong. So how to fix this? I've got a first name. I've got a last name. Well, I kind of solved it already in my code. Name. Name is all I need. So what I'm going to do right now is remove the alias. And do it like this. Then I need to change it in the conversion so that this also gives me a name. Yeah, there we go. And of course, this. New item, item type directory. You could make the argument that any value that's a string should be placed in quotes. One thing I found out, I don't know if they fixed it in one of the PowerShell versions, but if there is a space in the path or in the full name, there we go. No full name, it's just name. If there's a space in there, it would provide a nasty little error. So I solved this simply by putting quotes around it. I'm gonna outquote them. Now, first of all, I'm gonna test that if have all my changes broken anything. Nope, still works. So then we're gonna outquote these and actually start creating a directory. A few. This is the folder. It's empty. There they are. So this works. What else to do? Well, we can do quite a few things. What we can do is commandlet binding. With this command, we are basically saying to PowerShell, hey, this PowerShell function is an advanced function, and it gets certain aspects, certain behaviors that a commandlet also has. For example, the verbose parameter can be used. I do believe that in a recent version of PowerShell, 4 or later, I believe, this commandlet binding isn't needed in many of the features that it used to enable. And right now, the features just work. So in the past, in the trainings, I had a beautiful system where if you do this, then you get this symptom, and you forgot that. If you do this, you get this symptom, you forgot that. That doesn't work anymore. Microsoft kind of fixed that. So a lot of the things that I let my students do, create an error, so bounce into the symptom, so that they could recognize the symptom, and next time if they have the symptom, they can solve it. Yeah, that doesn't work anymore. There's no symptom. Also, one thing I'm not doing in this function right now, and it's something you should do in every function or script you write, is error handling. there is a huge difference between error handling and error suppression. Basically, error handling means that you actually do something with the error. Error suppression means the error is still there, you're just not seeing it anymore. I had a customer where they thought that all their automation process was working because there were no errors and the errors were logged into a SQL database. However, what the script did was essentially this combined with this. So there were never any errors. They were there, but they were not seeing him. So this is a very bad practice. So again, have I broken anything? Nope. Okay. Then for now, I'm just gonna do this. What I personally always do is two things. For example, I'm doing a string array in the name, which makes it easier for me to. In PowerShell version 1 and 2, you had to figure out, hey, if there are multiple values in there, then you can for each loop through them, because then it's an array. I believe in PowerShell 3 they solved it. Essentially, if it's array, you can use for each to go through it. If it's a singular, if it's a string, you can still use for each. It just does it one time because it's a string. And in the past, for each gave an error. Hey, I can't for each on a string. I need an array. I need a multiple for that. So for each item in name, that here we go. Does this still work? Yeah. Okay. What am I forgetting? Ah, of course. What I want to be able to do is verbose output, for example. Well, the beauty about PowerShell is that if I give my function the verbose parameter, any command plot or function you're using in here will inherit this verbose parameter. So if I do this, oh, there's no verbose. Darn it. So this is not an option right now. Well, what I generally do is something like similar to this. It will take some typing, so bear with me. First, yeah. Um, You can use it by doing verbose. You can use debug. You could make the argument here that debug it would be a better solution. So anyway, what I'm trying to do here is that I give output, a detailed output about what actually happens here. I'm going to write to a certain path. I'm going to create directory ABC. Then I start actually creating directory ABC. And if this doesn't encounter a terminating error, so then it will tell me it created the directory. If it does encounter a terminating error, it will go into the catch block, and it will, by verbose output, it will tell me that it was unable to create the directory, and it will provide me the detailed error. Something similar to this I do most of the times. Also because it makes my troubleshooting life easier. Let me take a peek. What am I? Should process. For example, one thing I forgot before we touch should process. There's one thing I'm not doing right now. What if the path that I want to write to doesn't exist? Yeah. So try. No, not try. Catch. Essentially, if there's path, so if it exists, well, nothing is wrong. But I want to know what if it does not exist. I essentially want to exit my function. But before I do that, or path not found, or whatever floats your boat. I guess using the .NET error system should be better. So what you can do is use .NET to actually validate the path, and if it doesn't exist, then use that error. I'm doing it a little bit, dirty, but it works. So let's take a look. I haven't broken anything. However, I'm renaming the directory. Let's see what happens. Aha. I got an error. I get one error. So because I'm doing it in the begin, I'm doing it before it touches anything given through the pipeline. So this is the beauty about begin, process, end. Begin happens one time before the pipeline. Process happens every time for the pipeline. So for every item given through the pipeline, process happens. And end happens one time after the pipeline is done. So my mental note here is prepare, execute, clean up. Should process. this is a little bit of a tricky one. Um, bu- 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 PSCM delete is a variable that's always available inside a advanced function or commandlet. Should not should continue process. There we go. What I found out is that the should process how do you call it method as for me a little bit counterproductive input, because the message will state I'm performing this action on this target. However, the should process method accepts the target first as an input and the method as a second. So the target is item. Now I need to darn it. I made a note, but it wasn't got removed. What is it? Ah, yeah. Yeah. Bu- 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 There we go. There. Support to process equals true. And this is what I was looking for. Here. The target still is item. The operation is create directory. And yep. There we go. Again, you could make the argument that verbose output should also be in here. That's not what I like to do. I want to make it as clean as possible. For me, the only thing in here in the process section is actually the code that should be processed if the process is used, or if what if is used. First of all, have I broken anything? Nope. I'm gonna use the what if. Let's see what happens. Okay, it tells me what if, and no directories are created. So this is exactly the behavior I wanted. Now to make it nice and clean, you could say that, is you could say this is going to be a debug statement. This one too. This one too, etc. You could do that. What I like to do is only do one. Because debug will hit every single entry. So this should work. See what happens. There we go. Are you sure? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. The first time I wasn't the programmer, so debug was completely new to me. I always if I need to explain debug to students, if they work in IT long enough, I always say, "Hey, do you remember booting Windows XP in debug mode? So are you willing to? Do you want to load this driver? Yes. This driver? Yes. This driver? No. This driver? Yes." Yeah. If you have 200 items here, this can get annoying really, really fast. But for troubleshooting purposes, this is awesome. So I'm almost at the end of my session. What we have now is a function with help. Command binding. So we implemented multiple parameters. Pipeline input. Positions. We made some mandatory things. We're checking for the directory. We're using verbose and debug. It supports should process. And there's one thing that I haven't included, and that is parameter sets. The important thing here with parameter sets is that if you're using them, do not forget to set the default parameter set name. Because if there becomes a scenario where PowerShell, based on the input, can't figure out which parameter set to use, this will make the final decision. Yeah. Are there any questions? Okay, if there are no more questions, I thank you for your time and patience. And special thanks to the organizers, volunteers, the sponsors, and all the other speakers.
Good morning from Austria, and thanks for your time visiting my session, PowerShell and MS Graph API Demystified. First of all, thanks to all our sponsors and the organization team of PDC Conf this year. My name is Michael Seidel. I'm located in Austria. I'm a Microsoft MVP for 7 years now, doing automation since 10 plus years. I'm the founder and CEO of Automate, a self-service portal for Microsoft Automation. You can find my blog at techguy.at or automator.com, and also my GitHub. I'm a GitHub with my handle and my company. Also, all the codes and the demos you see today in this session, they will be uploaded to my GitHub repository after this session. So the agenda for today, the introduction, we are finished. So now we go dive into the topic. We talk about MS Graph API. What is it? Why to use it and how to use it? Of course, security is important. We see how to authenticate with PowerShell and the MS Graph API. And then we do a lot of examples, demos, scripting. So the main part of this presentation or this session will be to see demos, and so you get a feeling what is MS Graph API and how you can use it. Q&A at the end. If you post a question during the session in the chat, I will try to answer, so I will constantly take a look at the chat window. If you have any questions, I will try to answer, and otherwise you can ask your questions at the end. And after the Q&A, we will end the session. So first of all, what is MS Graph API? MS Graph API is a single point REST API to Microsoft Cloud resources. So Microsoft 365, Enterprise Mobility, Windows 10, and Dynamics 365. So these all are catchy phrases, but what you can do is create your users in the cloud, maintain group memberships, create teams, maintain teams, so add channels, add members, add owners, work with your Intune joint devices, create a Microsoft to-do task, and so on. So there are a lot of possibilities you can do with MS Graph API. We will go through some of them during this session. We also see the documentation where you get a feeling what you can do. And we will show you, or I will show you some examples what I use MS Graph API for. So why to use it? You do not need any PowerShell module. So don't get me wrong, I like PowerShell and I really like PowerShell modules. But if I don't need it, I prefer to use the MS Graph API against any PowerShell module. You can use it on-prem or in the cloud. So if you write in our example, your PowerShell code, you can use it on premise system and run the PS1, or you can use it in Azure Automation, Azure Functions, whatever. So it's the same code because you're talking to a REST API. You do not need to import any modules, any DLLs or something like this. In some cases, the Graph API has more or better functionality against the corresponding PowerShell module. So there are some functionalities that you can do with MS Graph API and you cannot do with the corresponding PowerShell module. It is easy to use, so we go through the language in a few minutes. And you can use the MS Graph API not only from PowerShell, you can use it from C#, HTTP, any programming language you can use or talk to MS Graph API. And how to use it? As I said, MS Graph API is a REST API call. So you trigger a web URL with a method. So you can do the base URL is always graphmicrosoft.com. At the moment, v1+0, so that's the version 1. There is also a beta API, but we use our version 1. And then after the slash, you enter what you want to talk, the users, the groups, the teams, the to-do. You see all the examples later on. And then you need to trigger a method. So if you want to read something, if you want to put or push something, or you want to delete. So if you want to read, you need to use the get. If you want to update or create anything, you need to put a patch. So that's write anything. Or if you want to remove, of course, you need the method delete. So that's a predefined method which you have to use. The MS Graph Explorer will help to dive into the commands, the URLs, the methods. And so you can test your REST API calls, you see what is the result before you start with your PowerShell code. And everything is JSON. So if you get a user, for example, you get a JSON response back for a response back JSON formatted with all the user details. If you want to send something, so for example, you want to update a user or create a user or create a team, then you need to send a JSON formatted body content. So you need to format your information in JSON. That's it. The Graph Explorer we will see in a few minutes. Of course, security is important. So how to authenticate? So how to authenticate against the Graph API and to say, hey, I'm this or I'm capable of this permissions and let me do this. In Azure, you need to create an Azure app registration. So we need to create an app. We do this in the demo afterwards. Then you choose how to authenticate with a client secret or a certificate. In our demo, we do the secret because it's a little bit easier to create and handle. You also can create your own certificate on your local certification environment and then upload this to Azure, and then you can use certificate to authenticate. Then you need to define the permissions for this app. So if you create this app and configure the client secret, then you can log in, but you have no permission to do anything. So you just log in and say, hi, I'm here, but you cannot do anything. We need to delegate, we need to add some permissions to this Azure app registrations. Those can be delegate or application permissions. We see that we explain the difference in the next slide. And of course, you need to grant the admin consent. So the admin needs to say, okay, yeah, you can use this. The differences between delegate and application permissions. So if you choose to have delegate permissions, then it is a sum of affected permissions for the user and the app. So for example, create an app to create contacts in Outlook, in your mail, in your Office 365 mailbox. So you create the app to create contacts. You grant delegated permissions to do this, and then when I log in as a user and use this app, I can create contacts, but only in my mailbox, because that's the effective permissions. I have only access to my mailbox. On the other hand, if my user would be the Office 365's global exchange hooper-duper admin, then I would be able to create contacts in each mailbox, as my user has the rights to create, to talk to each mailbox. So that's the delegated application permissions, and then the effective permissions are the important ones, so user and app combined. This is more or less used if you do not a fully automated access to the Graph API. So if you have a user interaction between, then you mostly use the delegate permission, but you also have different options to fully automate the delegate permissions. The application permission, no user is needed. So you only need your app, your secret, and provide the permission to the app. So if you provide an application permission to create teams, then you can create teams in your whole tenant wide. And if you allow the app to add owners or remove owners, then they can remove owners from all teams in your tenant. So that's the little bit of the difference between those two types. And now enough with the talk. We head over to our demo environment. So let's see the Graph Explorer, or maybe first of all the documentation first. And I'm doing this 20 years right now, the IT, and working with Microsoft product. And I think I never said this before, but the documentation for the Microsoft Graph API is really good. and I use this on a daily basis. So if I'm not sure if I can do this with Graph API or how to do it with Graph API, I go to the documentation and see the docs and read the docs to get more information about. So I really use this on a daily basis. What we want to try is to start with the users. So just trigger the MS Graph API to get user information. That's the most simple way. So that's the documentation. I want to talk with the users, and I want to get a user. So if we see, if we go through that documentation, everything is documented. So what permission I need and how the HTTP request looks like. So I can get users and ID, or I can query the get me. So, and to see an example, we go over to the Graph Explorer. We signed in as a user, so we don't need to take care right now about the app registration and any permissions. We just logged in as a user, and this has enough rights to do everything in our tenant, in our test tenant. And now I see, now I want to just browse through those samples on the left side and just get my profile. And now the Graph Explorer switches the method. So that's the get, post, put, patch, and delete, what we talked earlier. And the URL is graphmicrosoft.com v1.0. That's always the same. And it uses, in that case, me. So it gets my user. I also can get my manager, for example, and always get the response as a JSON file. I can get my to-do task lists. So the URL is changing me to-do list to run the query. And it should gain my Microsoft To-Do tasks list. So that's from my Microsoft To-Do list. We saw in the documentation that you also can use the get users and the ID or the user principal name. So that's an example what we try to achieve now. So we type here the users, and we want to get something different. We want to have one of my colleagues. Not type and talk at the same, otherwise I will do some typos. So that's a URL to get the user information from Jasmine. So I run the query and see, yeah, I get Jasmine, I get the phone number, and I get the UPN and email and so on. And what I see here is that the job title is null, so it's not set. And now let's try to update that job title. If we use the get, we just get and the URL. If you, in our case, let's see how to update a user. So go back to the documentation, see the update user, and we see we need, the query is patch. So our method is patch, and also users and ID. So the URL is the same. And in the request body, we need to put in those parameters and values in JSON format. So what we need to do is we switch over here to patch. And this is our body we need to configure. And I'm really lazy, so I just copy and paste that from below. It's just that easy to copy and paste that in the body. And we want to set the job title to customer manager. Okay, so that's my JSON. That's my patch request to the Graph API using Jasmine as the endpoint. And now I run the query. Hopefully we see a good one. So 204 is nothing happened. We also do not get any response. But if we go back to the get and trigger and get the information from Jasmine, we see the job title is updated. And if you're just curious, that's also reflected in the Microsoft Azure Active Directory. So if I open the user in the Azure Active Directory portal, just do a refresh, you should also see the customer manager at the job title here. So it's a little bit slow right now. Yeah, now the customer manager is also set. So that was an easy way to get some information and to put some information against Graph API. So now let's head over to our PowerShell example. I did some pre-preparations, but we do some live coding here, so don't be afraid. I'm not just copy pasting and executing everything while I'm prepared. I want to show you how easy it is to use. The first part is this is every time I want to talk to Microsoft Graph API, I need to authenticate. So that's always the same few lines I need to get an application token to talk to the MS Graph API. What we need is a client ID, a tenant ID, and a client secret. So that's the Azure app registration. And that's we are doing together. So I'm logged into my portal and I do a new registration. So this is PDC Conf 2021 app and nothing else at the moment. So we just use an application permission. So PDC Conf and a nice name. That's everything. What is now important is take a note of the application ID. Okay, I just need to toggle that one and get the copy of this one. So get the application ID and copy that to your client ID. We also need the tenant ID and copy this to your code. And what we also need is now the secret, how to connect. A secret, as I said in the beginning, as a certificate or client secret, that will be configured here. So we create a new client secret. This has an expire date. In our case, it is okay to have it 3 months, and the description secret key for demo, and click add. And now take a note. This needs to be copied immediately. If you navigate back or navigate further and click save, you cannot get the value anymore. Otherwise, you need to create a new key. So copy that key and fill it in here. This is something I will not do on the screen, because if you see the whole key, you can do some bad things with my environment. So this is done outside the presentation. And give me a second, just filling the client secret. And now it's done. So just filled the variable. So I copied, and this is a little bit masked, so don't try to copy paste it. So client ID, tenant ID, and client secret. So now we can authenticate. So if I run that code, it should hopefully bring no error. It should authenticate, and we should see here a token response with the app. Correct. So that's our token response. But what we forgot is we need to provide any permissions to this app. So right now we just can authenticate. So that's it. Let's see over. What we want to do is we want to list a user. No, we want to update a user. Sorry. So in this case, we already been there in the documentation. We want to update the users. We want to see the same example what we did in the Graph Explorer now in PowerShell. And as I said, the documentation is really good. So that's also the usual way I am doing if I'm new to any new Graph API endpoint and try how to figure it out. It's the same procedure I do in my daily business. So I want to update a user. What kind of permission do I need? I need application permissions, and I need those permissions for the user. So what to do? Go over to your API permissions, click Add Permissions, choose MS Graph API if it shows up, Graph API, and choose Application Permissions. And now you need to search and select each of those permissions. I'm always copying the whole string and then going back and forth. So we need user read write all. We need the user managed identities all. And we need the directory read write all. So that's the permissions related to the documentation we need to update a user. Okay, so add permission, and that's it. And also very important, click the grant admin consent. So otherwise it will not work. So let's see, everything is granted, everything is green. So now we can go ahead and write our code. Okay, so I started here. So what we want to do is to update the user. So that's my URL, HTTPS, Graph API, and so on, users, and we are talking with Jasmine.com. So that's my URL. That's the same we saw in the background, what we used here in the Graph Explorer. Next is to the invoke REST method. So that's the commandlet to trigger the REST API. So we need to do the invoke REST method. We need to provide a method. In that case, we need to have, if you go back to the documentation, we need to use the patch in that case. So method patch. The URL is what we did before, and the headers. So we filled, in the very first part, we filled a variable named headers. Here is the authentication token. So here it is connected to the Azure App Registration. This Azure App Registration has those permissions. This is every time stored in the headers. And that's it. And one important thing is missing. So what we want to update. So we need to define the body. So go ahead, and the easiest and best way is to do body equals a here string. You do not have any problems with special cases, for example. And the most important, the content. And we just can copy paste that from the Graph Explorer. So we created the body, and we also want to do the body variable here. And of course, we do a different name. It's Customer Manager PDC Conf Demo. And that's it. So if we run the code, it should be throw no error. That's the best part of this. And if you go back to the Graph Explorer and do a get from Jasmine, we should see, not yet. Maybe it takes some time, or maybe I have some problems. Let me see. So we have the URL, we have the body, and if you do the request, we get. Let's try to get it here. Method get and body. We need the URL. In that case, we want it's the same $URL and the headers. What also can be that the Graph API header token is not seeing the permissions, but at least we should get an error message. So let's try again. Headers. So let's see the user details. Yeah. So that's just a display thing in the Graph Explorer. I'll run again, or maybe it just took some time. Yeah, now it is here. So what we did is, here is to update any user properties. So if you want to add or update multiple properties, let's see, I want to update the mobile phone. Just hit sign to the mobile phone and do your number here. So you just separate those by a comma, and then you can update multiple properties at once. So that's an example on an easy one to update any user properties in that case. The next one is to add a user to a group. So I prepared already a group. So if you see, Jasmine is member of, I think, 2 groups. And I prepared an Azure AD group called PDC Conf. So we switch over to our next sample. We're just taking a note of the remaining time. So we do not, 25 minutes. So we go over to our next example. So that's the same you saw before, just to authenticate against the Graph API. And then we are talking here. So what we do is, that is the group name. And if you see the documentation, so let's go back to groups and group. And here you can see add a member to a group. First of all, we need to take care about the application. So we created the application. That application has the permission to read and update user properties. But now we want to add permissions to update group memberships. So we need to go over to our app registrations and add more permissions to that. Set here, it should be best practice to not have one Azure app registration to do everything. So I usually separate app registrations by their endpoint. So, for example, one for Active Directory tasks, one for Teams tasks, one for to-do or mail send or out of office replies. So try to separate those apps as good as possible. Otherwise, you have one big app registration with all the permissions, and that's not good. You also do not have one service user in your on-premise environment which can do everything. So you separate those per app to the permissions, and if you want to go to a different solution, then please create a new app registration. So we need to add those application permissions. So we need the group read write all, and we need the group read write all we already had, and the directory read write all. We already had this. So it should be enough, and create admin consent. So head over to the documentation as well. So what we need to do is to put a user into a group. We need to do a post method, and with the URL groups, then the group ID, members and ref. So that's the URL, and in the body we need to add the user itself. So the URL is targeting the group itself, and in the body we add a list of one or multiple users to which we want to add to the group. So in our example, first of all, as you saw in the documentation, we need the group ID. So we need to, but our starting point is the group name. So what we need to do first is to get the group ID with the by the name and get the ID. So we list all the groups. Let me see. So we run. We need first of all run this one again to get the new token with the new permissions. We filled now the headers with the new token to reflect the new permissions. Now the group name is PDC Conf 2021. And first of all, we need to get all the groups. So if you go this one, we should see a lot of groups gained over the Grave API from our Azure test tenant. So you see a group named Azure Photo Upload, you see a group named Automate the License, and so on. But our case, we just want to have those single group. So in the result, we got the response. So we do a simple where object to get only those single group, and now we got only one response back, and that's the group PDC Conf. But we do not need all the properties, we only need the ID. So we fill the variable group ID with the group ID. So if you see this one, it should only be this ID in it. So as I said, we need the ID, we got the ID, and now we can head over to the rest of the code. Now, as you saw in the documentation, we need to build the URL with the post, groups, then the group ID, members, and $ref. So that's our URL, groups, group ID, members, $ref. Here's the subject for as PowerShell, do not take the $sign. So that's the URL. And here I made it easy. That's the ID of the user. So it should be the same. If you cannot use the UPN here, you need to add the user ID. But to keep it a little bit faster, just copy paste it here. So that's the user ID of Jasmine. And if we trigger those parts, it should be thrown no error. That's first of all the very best part of this. And we should see in a few seconds that the group membership is added. This can take some seconds. Yeah, you now see Jasmine is now a member of this group. Done by PowerShell and MS Graph API. Okay. Next example, what you can do with Graph API in PowerShell is to send an email. Okay. What we do now is, of course, we need to take a look on how to send an email with Graph API. So let's get back. Let's take a look at send mail, and that's here. So that's the send mail documentation. That's the permissions we need. So mail send. So go over to our Azure app registration, add permission. The same way we did it already 3 times or 2 times. Now mail.send. The application gets the permission, and that's it. And now you see application mail send is added, and you can grant admin consent, and that's it. So this I already prepared because that's a lot of code to do. But let's fill the header with the new token. You have a mail send and a mail recipient to configure, and that's the URL to send. So if you go back to the documentation, you see the URL should be users, the user principal name, and the end send mail. So that's our URL, and that's the body JSON. What you can, how to configure the email. So you need to put in the subject, maybe the importance, the body, anything else. So it is documented. Of course, from Microsoft, what you can put in, there are a lot of possibilities. We did some preparations and just to see the subject, the content, and the recipient. And if you want to save it to the send items, yes or no. So that's it. If I click F5, there should be an email out. Let me see. It's a little bit PowerShell. So no error message. And just need to open my Outlook. I just missed that as a preparation before. So give me a second, or maybe I'm just doing it in the meantime. So, and this sends an email to whomever you want. Why to use this? So that's right now a commonly used task to switch over to send an email with MS Graph API. Why? Because Microsoft will deprecate the basic authentication, for example. So usually if you want to send an email with Office 365, you can use SMTP and username and password, and then you can send those emails for any alerting or something like this. But this will be deprecated soon. So you need to create an Azure app registration. You are not forced to use the MS Graph API, but you will be forced to use the app registration, because Microsoft will deprecate those simple authentication. You need to go over to OAuth 2. So here you see my inbox, and that's the mail. Hopefully it's a little bit slow, but you see, you send an email, hello world from Microsoft Graph API, and the page is not responding. So go over, you should trust me, or otherwise, if you're not trusting me, you can send your email in the comments. I will send you an email from my PowerShell script. So that was the part to send an email over Graph API. Most commonly used task also is to work with teams. So when we go navigate back to the Graph API documentation and see the team work, and then the team, you see you can do a lot of things with your team environment. So you can create teams, you can update the teams, you can add, remove owners and members, you can archive teams, you can backup teams, you can clone teams, you can create channels, you can configure teams. So what apps are used, the settings of the teams, everything can be done with the Graph API. So in our case, we want to create a team. So we go over here and just take a look what kind of application permissions we need, and go back to our application and add those permissions. So Graph API, application permission, and that, and that. And we need the teamwork migrate all. And we need the group read write all, which should already be done, I think, from a previous. Nope. And we are doing the directory read write all. This is already been done. Okay, so we added the new permissions and grant the admin consent. So I have here my Teams client. So my PowerShell script. So that's the authentication once again. Then we need to configure who is the owner. So at the creation of a Teams, you need to configure the owner. So that you cannot create a team without any owner. So we need to create the owner. Our team name, PDC Conf, test team demo, and it is a public team. It is not a private, it should be a public team. So what is the script doing? When you see the documentation to create a team and see this one, for the owner role, you need as well the user ID. So you cannot enter the UPN, you need the user ID. So first of all, get the owner from my UPN and get the ID. So here the result owner is then the JSON response, and from that we get the ID. And the JSON to create a team looks like that way. So the name, the description, the visibility, and then the members with the role of owner, and here is the user, the ID. The most complex, or maybe the hardest part to work with the Graph API is to build the correct JSON. So that's mostly the most part I'm struggling at the beginning, or I struggled at the beginning. But just copy those examples and go ahead and just fill out those informations. When you scroll down a little bit, you can do a lot more properties to configure those teams. So you can create is favorite by default, or the signs and the member settings. So you really can configure teams with your own template or own settings. You also can install apps at the beginning, or you can remove apps at the beginning. Besides one thing, you cannot remove the Node app, the Wiki app. We tried this several times, but you cannot remove that. That's hard coded into every Teams thing. But everything else you can, or nearly everything, you can directly configure at the creation or afterwards with Graph API. So let's head over. The permission should be set. So run this code, and hopefully we should get here a PDC Conf team in a few seconds. Yeah, now we created a PDC Conf team here, manage team. I am the owner. No guests. We haven't configured any guests, but I am the owner. So I created a team nearly in a few seconds, automated with PowerShell and Graph API. The last example in our demo is how to work with Microsoft To Do. So in this example, I want to create a to-do task in the PDC Conf task list in my Microsoft To Do. This is one of the latest examples I tried and to sync with other applications. When we see the documentation for To Do, then there is something new we need to take care. Let me see, just find the tasks and to-do tasks. tasks, and create a task. And now you see in the permission, application not supported. So here we need to provide a user and the password and application with delegated permissions. So we need the task read write add to our application permission, add permission. This and this, delegated, task read write all, and that's it. So that's the difference between our other examples. Now we're working with delegate permissions. And this means we need to provide a user and a password. And this is also something I will not show you right now. So give me a few seconds. I will fill this in beside your screen and fill out some user and fill those variables. So once again, and now I can go back over and do this and this. And so I filled those variables with corresponding user and password. And now I want the to create a task in your Microsoft To-Do. You need to provide the to-do list name. In our example, that's PDC Conf. The title of the task, so PDC Conf Demo 2021, just a new one. You can configure the importance and the body. So in the task, the information what is written into the body. If you see the documentation, you can do a lot of other things like remind date, due date time, completion date, and so on. So there are a lot of more properties, but in our case, it's just enough to configure this. The due date time, yeah, we also did 29th of September UTC time. Then the token, to get the token, looks a little bit different than we saw before. So here it was the grant type, the scope, the client ID, and the client secret. As we are now working with delegate delegate use and permissions, and this looks a little bit different, but the rest is the same. Get the ID of the list and then create the task with the corresponding JSON body and just trigger the REST API. So I click F5 and hopefully nothing goes wrong. I should see a new task in my Microsoft To Do. So once again, it was a little bit too quick. So we do PDC Conf live demo. Just once again, click F5, and in the background you should see pop up the window. So the task is here, created with the due date and also with the body text. And that has been now 5 examples on how you can use Graph API. There are tremendously more possibilities on how you can use the Graph API. So just browse through that list and to get a feeling or idea what cloud resources you can touch and automate with Graph API. We are nearly to the end, so right now it would be the best time to start typing if you have any questions, because we switch back to our presentation, and this is definitely the last slide because the end is near. Thanks for your time. The idea was to provide you an easy step or easy start with Graph API. Hopefully someone, hopefully it was good for you, and you see that the Graph API isn't bad. It is easy to use, and you have tremendous possibilities what you can do with Graph API. As I said at the beginning, the examples will be shared on GitHub during the day. Use MS Graph API. It's really cool. So right now, I started Graph API, I think a year ago. And right now, everything I get as a request. So can we do this or can we do that? First, check if I can use the Graph API, and then I will switch back to any commandlets or REST APIs, other REST APIs. There is also the Azure REST API, where you can create VMs, for example. But first, I always take a look if I can use the MS Graph API. So if you have any questions, it's now time to ask them. If you want to contact me, you see some ways to contact me over Twitter, GitHub, LinkedIn, or email. And at the end, I just need to say thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the conference today and tomorrow. And hopefully you enjoyed my session today, MS Graph API Demystified. So thank you very much and enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Michael. That was
Thanks.
We didn't get any questions. I'll see. I think there is one comment coming. Yeah, so we didn't get any questions so far.
Okay.
Since it's streamed in YouTube, we might get it later. So we'll collect it and send it to you so that we can share it to the attendees later.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Take care.
Techoholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techoholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities closely. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techoholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic.